jail calls, can we have a hearing outside the presence of the jury?
When do y'all intend on starting with the jail calls?
It will definitely, we'll have got Detective Flores, and then if Duffy's back from the rodeo, then we'll do her, and then we'll have the jail calls. If for some reason Duffy is not back from the rodeo, then we'll have, yeah, we can, it'll be after this witness or after Duffy.
Whenever you're ready, you let me know, and then yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind, Kristen's saying she's here.
Okay, well, good. So in other words, it won't be now.
She's on her, no, she's on her way.
Oh, she's
Okay.
her.
No.
Sylvia.
Sylvia.
That's on her way, sorry. Also on her. Stop trying that out. I can't keep I don't know what you're saying.
That was really cute. Like, I don't know.
Wait along this whole time. This. All rise for the jury. May be seated. Everybody has the correct notepad?
Welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening and a good morning so far. We had a very busy and full docket this morning, and then we had some other things during the lunch hour that took longer than anticipated. So again, all unrelated to this case, do not hold it against either side. All right. Where we last left off, State, we were in in your case in chief.
Yes, Your Honor, and then as we spoke, we're going to take a brief out of order with permission from the court.
Yes.
The state would like to call Detective Matthew Flores.
You have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may need to adjust the microphone.
Thank you.
Make sure everybody can hear you. It is pretty powerful.
All right, thank you.
All right, can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Sure. My name is Matthew Flores, MATTHEWFLORES. I work with the San Antonio Police Department, going on 17 years now in total. I am currently assigned to the robbery task force, and during this case, I was assigned to the crime scene unit.
All right, stay.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've done this before, haven't you?
A couple times, yes, ma'am.
So thanks, you got a lot of the preliminary out of the way. But tell the jury just a little bit more about your background, about how you became a detective and how specifically you got assigned to the crime scene unit back in 2017.
Yes, so once I promoted to detective, I believe it was in 2016, there was a position open for the crime scene unit. I applied and got accepted, and once I made detective, there was about a 2-week school where they kind of go over the photography, fingerprinting, processing crime scenes, sketching, but a lot of the training is on-the-job training that I was able to do as well. And that was basically it. Once I made the crime scene unit, like I said, it was a lot of on the job training. And in this case in particular, we did a photography using what's called Blue Star, and Blue Star is a chemical that has luminol in it. And to my understanding, when it reacts with blood or apparent blood, it will produce a light blue glow. And so in this case, when I processed the vehicle, that's what we're trying to document.
Okay, well, and then before we do that, let's go back a little bit. Now, were you only assisting at one location on this case?
So in this case, I assisted in 2 locations.
Which locations did you assist?
So the first one was on August 6, 2017 at the 5000 block of Chive Drive.
Okay, and what specifically were you tasked to do there?
So at that scene, I was just assisting in trying to find evidence to a missing person. We're looking for apparent blood, a body, clothing, anything to link back to the missing person.
And what was your process in looking for the body?
So there was other crime scene investigators out there at the scene. I was just looking for blood, for hair, for clothing, anything to, like I said, to link it back to the victim. When I got there, I noticed there was another detective, Detective Patton as well. He was already processing the crime scene. I did observe a cup that hasn't been touched or processed, and so I went ahead and processed that cup.
And then talk to the jury specifically about how you processed that cup.
Yeah, so it was a styrofoam cup, and it was near what appeared to be apparent blood. So once I got the cup, it was fingerprinted with black powder, and I also tried to swab the areas where I would think DNA would be, with like the straw, the rim of the cup, and the lid, the plastic lid of the cup. So I would swab that with swabs as well.
Yeah, Richard.
Yes.
So Detective Flores, I'm going to show you, the screen comes on. Is your screen on in front of you? Nope. Are y'all screens on? Nope. Is your screen on?
It's on, yes, ma'am.
It just popped on. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to show you what has been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 173. Is this the cup you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And so just kind of circle on there where you're talking about where you did your processing and your work on the cup.
Yes, ma'am. So obviously you can see the black powder on the cup, but the straw I would have swabbed where your mouth would be, and then I would have swabbed the rim, the entire rim of the cup as well, and as well as the actual cup, the rim on the actual cup as well. I would have swabbed that as well for possible DNA.
And then State's Exhibit that's already been admitted as 174, is this also your work on that cup?
Yes, ma'am.
You can clear your red marks. Thank you. And then the jury's heard a little bit about this, but just describe for them in your words what we're looking at with the number 7 placard that's next to the cup.
Yes, so that is just documenting our evidence at a crime scene. So if we had 100 pieces of evidence, we can document each one, what it is, and that way there's no confusion when it comes down to court and for our report purposes as well.
Thank you. Yeah, Partner.
Yes.
All right, Detective, I'm going to show you what has already been marked as State's Exhibit 140. Detective Patton has also looked and I think already opened it up. But can you look at State's Exhibit 140 and make any sort of confirmation about whether some of the work you did might be in that envelope?
So I do recognize the, what I titled it, 2 swabs of E7 top rim area, 2 swabs of the straw, E7A, E7B, E7C, 2 swabs of the plastic lid.
Okay. And does that correspond with the number 7 placard that we see in State's Exhibit 174?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then can you just open up the bag and see if your swabs are in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how do you know that your swabs are in there?
So I can see my initials and my badge number on those swabs.
And again, those are the swabs that you took of the cup.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when it comes to the 5,000 Chive Drive, did that complete your work at 5,000 Chive Drive, or did you do anything else there?
No, ma'am. That was all I did, was just the processing of the cup.
And then what was the next location that you went to?
So the following day, August 7th, 2017, I was tasked to go to 442 9th Street, which is our secured facility to process vehicles. Kind of gets us out of the weather, the elements, inside of a closed storage facility.
Okay. And so what was your intent and your purpose to go to 9th Street that day?
So, and I know I touched on it earlier, but it was to try and document the blood or apparent blood in the vehicle, if we could find any. And so that's what our objective was. And when I'm speaking for myself and CSI Duffy, who assisted me that day, but we're trying to document the presence of blood there.
Okay, so were you and CSI Duffy working together?
Yes, ma'am.
Like in tandem, kind of working as a group?
That's correct, yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
And so did you and CSI Duffy take some photographs that day at the 9th Street?
Yes, I photographed the vehicle.
So can you look at State's Exhibit 119, 120, 121, 122, and 123 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how do you recognize them?
I recognize them, for one, my photo board on 119. I had the case number with my name and badge. And then I recognize the vehicle, the blue Hyundai Santa Fe.
And so do these photos represent the photographs that you took that day on, was it August the 7th you said?
Yes, ma'am. They do.
And then same questions for State's Exhibit 136.
Yes, I recognize this photograph.
Okay, and is it a photograph that you took that day on August the 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I have State's Exhibit 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, and 233. Could you look at these and then same questions?
Very good. Yes, ma'am, I recognize these.
And so do these photos also accurately represent some of the work that you and CSI Duffy did on the Hyundai that day on August the 7th?
They do.
Your Honor, State moves to admit States 119 through 123, 136, and 227 through 233.
No objection to 119 through 123. No objection to 136. And then no objection to 227 through 233, Judge.
All right, so State's Exhibits 119 through 123, 136, 227 through 233 are admitted.
Thank you, Ron. And then Detective, before we kind of get into the photos with the jury, and they've already seen a little bit of what the Blue Star looks like in photographic form, tell the jury your process as you're moving through the vehicle, using the Blue Star, and then how you photograph it.
Yeah, so that day, CSI Duffy was actually training me, and so she was spraying the interior of the vehicle, and I'm just kind of documenting, the process. But from my understanding, it was just the interior, spraying the interior areas of the vehicle, and then once we would spray it, we would turn the lights off, and so that chemical, like I said, it produces a light blue glow if it reacts with blood, and it's a presumptive test. So the process would be, if we see a light blue glow, we would swab it, package that up, and submit it to the lab, and the lab would be the final outcome to say if it's blood or not. That was kind of the process. Spray the interior of the vehicle and document any areas that were glowing light blue.
May I have a question, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, for example, I'm gonna try, see if this works. Try to kind of show State's Exhibit 133 and 228 kind of at the same time. Because I kind of want you to explain to jury, like, why one appears lighter where we can easily see what portion of the vehicle we're looking at, where the other one might be a little bit more difficult to see exactly what portion of the vehicle we're viewing.
Yeah, so I believe 133, we did have the lights off, and I accidentally had the flash on, and so it was still able to document the light blue glow that you see. And so the following picture, make sure the flash was off, and that's why it appears darker.
And I know kind of the glare of the lights above the projector is a little bit hard to see, but can you show us, well, do 133 and 228 depict similar areas of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it does. If you look at 133, may I draw?
Yes, please.
So at 133, this corner right here, it's going to be, to my knowledge, this same section right there.
So just a little bit different perspective of kind of the same area.
Yes, ma'am, maybe a little bit of a different angle.
And Nora, can I pass one of these around to the, because the light kind of affects it?
Yes.
And so we're going to kind of do a similar thing with states 129 and 137. And tell me if I get any of this wrong. And 139 is super hard to see. You know what? Your Honor, can I approach?
Yes.
And it's actually 137, 139. So it's 229 and 137. It's a little bit easier to see with the eye and not the... And I'll also show you 136, see if that helps.
Okay, so 137, it looks like the bottom of the hatch. I know it's hard to see up there, but if you compare it to 229, it looks like the bottom of the hatch, because I can kind of see the left tail light area.
Okay, well then what I'll do is because it's a little bit easier to see the naked eye, I'm gonna pass 137 around to the jury, and then I'm gonna have you on 229 kind of circle what area you're looking at in 137.
Okay, so looking at that photograph with the blue star, I believe you're seeing that general area.
Okay. So is that kind of like the bottom lip of the cargo area, maybe the top of the bumper, that area?
Yes, ma'am, that's what it looks like to me.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
And then, while we're looking at 137, I'll show you 136. Is this a kind of close-up of that same general area that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And then looking at 136, it appears that there's some, I don't know, lack of a better word, dripping down off the bumper. Do you know, if you know, what that is?
I believe that's the rundown spray from the Blue Star, just the excessive spraying of it.
So then, without the special lighting, it appears clear, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, similarly with these two, we're looking at States Exhibit 92, which appears to be the steering wheel, is that right?
Yes, I can see the steering wheel in this picture.
And then States Exhibit 138. So describe what we're seeing in States Exhibit 138.
There's just certain areas in the vehicle that's showing the light blue glow.
Okay, so are you able to explain to the jury why in States Exhibit 92, when we look at the naked eye of the steering wheel, it doesn't appear, I guess, at least in this picture of States Exhibit 92, that anything is there, but yet we can see how illuminated it is in 138. Do you know what the difference is and why it would be that way?
So, again, to my understanding, the Blue Star process is best seen with the lights off. And I know the other picture, the flash happened to go off, but the proper way is to have the lights off to really kind of document the area. I don't know, the exact science behind it, but you want to be able to see it with the naked eye, to my knowledge.
Okay. So then in your training experience with Blue Star, are there occasions where with the naked eye, you're not seeing anything of any sort of apparent blood, but then you put the Blue Star on and then you get the illumination? Is that fairly common?
Yes, ma'am. I would say that's an accurate statement. I know, to my knowledge, Blue Star is used to document crime scenes where maybe blood has been cleaned up or in those type of situations. So that's also a technique that's been used.
And was there liquid in the cup, if you recall?
I'm not sure, sir. I don't remember.
Does your report help you in any way?
Yes, sir. If you have it, I'll read it.
I actually don't. Do y'all have a copy of that report? Sure. Yeah, no, it's not necessary. May I approach, Judge? May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to show you to see if you recognize this, just to help refresh your memory.
Yes, sir.
I'm just talking about the cup you found over on Chai.
Okay.
Okay, does that help refresh your memory, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so now let's go back. Did the cup have anything in it?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. In the photograph, it appears to be upright. When you found it originally, is that the way it was found? Or did you upright it for the photograph?
So, however it had the E7 placard is the way it was found,
Okay.
to my knowledge.
So upright.
Yes, sir. However they found it, yeah.
And would you agree with me, the reason you went to the trouble to first photograph it was to accurately, like you said, show us the way it was found. So like if it was this can, and you took a picture like that, that's the way you found it. Like somebody was drinking it and sat it down, right? It wasn't laid over on its side like somebody had kicked it over. Somebody was taking a drink, sat it down, and that's just how you found it, right?
So it was found in that open field area, and so the way it was found, I don't know if it could have been blown over by the wind or whatnot, but the way it was found, that's how it was processed. I didn't photograph the cup, I just assisted in processing the cup.
Okay. And when you say processing, you did several things. You processed it first for fingerprints.
The areas where I felt where a hand would grab the cup, that's where I checked for fingerprints.
And so in the photograph, and may I approach the photograph? Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. No, I'll just walk over to the trouble. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what they've marked as 73 and 74. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
So is that the cup we're talking about?
That is.
So my first question is, you said found in the field, but it looks to me like it's sitting on pavement. Right?
There was a section that was pavement, but I remember it was an open area.
Right. But I mean, you said found in the field, but if it's photographed sitting in the road, that's where you found it,
So
not in a field.
So there should be an overall picture. Whoever photographed the crime scene here or the scene, there should be an overall area where all the evidence was documented.
Right.
And so these are just, what I'm looking at is close-ups of the cup.
Okay. Then there's a field, I'll agree with you, there's a field adjacent to this. But if this cup was photographed, like you said, that's where it was found. Nobody touched it, nobody moved it. You walked up to it, you put a placard down. You didn't take the pictures, right?
No, sir.
Somebody else took the pictures, but your understanding is that's how it was found and where it was found, right? If you know.
To my understanding, that when we put a placard down, this is how it was found.
Right, and you've been doing this a long time, right?
For a little bit, yes, sir.
Okay, so, you talk about the fingerprint stuff, that's the black powder I see in 173 and 174.
That's correct.
And the purpose of that is to see if there are in fact any legible fingerprints to be obtained from this evidence.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then the second thing you did was attempt to even further identify the person who had left the cup there, was swabbed for potential DNA evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And how do you tell, and you described the technique you did that, and you followed the protocol, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those samples were maintained and preserved correctly, is that right?
Yes, sir. Those are the ones I just viewed.
And the purpose of doing that is so the jury can know who was there that night, right?
It is to assist the detectives in developing a lead on
Sure.
if DNA comes back to a cup.
So like if there's a sheet that lists a couple of suspects and the cup's on there, we need to know which one of these suspects the cup belongs to, right? That would be important.
So that is for the lead. I only knew there was a missing person, and I'm looking
Right.
for evidence. And so I processed the cup because we're trying to assist in a possible lead.
Okay. Did you process any other pieces of evidence at the Chive location? To your knowledge?
No, sir, I believe everything came from that cup. So from that cup, several swabs were taken.
Okay. Now, let's fast forward to the next day. And the next day, as I understand it, was, I think you said August the 17th, but could it have been August the 7th? Or maybe I wrote it down wrong.
No, sir, August the 7th is accurate.
August the
Yeah.
7th, okay. Now, when you were, did you know that was not the first day that car had been processed?
Yes, sir.
You did know that?
I did know that, yes, sir.
Were you there when because the first day the car was processed, I believe, was what, August the 4th? Is that right? If you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Was that the first day you'd been to the car, August the 7th?
The first day for me, yes, sir.
And on that day, if you remember, who all was present?
The day I processed it was me and CSI Duffy.
Just the two of you?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've kind of talked about what you did. One of the things about the Blue Star spray, you remember you and I talked at a previous hearing, and you talked about the fact that in some of the pictures showed some blue spray that in fact was not a result of blood. You remember you and I talking about that before?
I remember you mentioning a article that was blue, and I know we were kind of going back and forth. I do remember that conversation, yes, sir.
And the gist of the conversation, we ended up agreeing that some of the stuff perhaps wasn't blood, but it still turned up blue.
In the photograph with the lights on, or in one of the photographs that I viewed up here, you can see it blue, but with the lights completely off, you do not see that article.
And then finally, on the 7th, when you were there with the car, am I understanding from reading the reports correctly that you did not have anything to do with attempting to lift fingerprints from the car like you did from the cup?
That's correct. I was strictly, the Blue Star process was my involvement.
Is that because fingerprints weren't attempted or because you did not attempt the prints, if you remember?
My understanding is the vehicle was processed, so at this point, we were just trying to document the Blue Star process.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have. And I'll return these to the
I might just have one follow-up, Judge, but I need to look at that evidence real quick if you don't mind.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I have purchased
He
it.
still has his.
Yeah, put your.
Yes.
So Detective Flores, let's look back at 140, and 140 is the envelope that contains the swabs that you've identified are your E7. Do you want to confirm that?
You said 140? Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
my 140.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. And then, explain to the jury how, as a detective with the crime scene unit, do you go about identifying different pieces of whether it's a swab or evidence that may not have its own unique identifier, right? So all swabs look the same. So how, as a CSI investigator, do y'all go about keeping track of the different swabs of the different areas that you collect from?
Yeah, so each swab would be documented. A lot of the same information you see on our individual barcodes. These individual barcodes has its own, basically like a serial number. But we would mark it if, for example, if this was E7 Charlie, as C is in Charlie, we would mark the swab E7C and E7B. And that way, in this example, I have several swabs, so I have it marked E7A, E7B, E7C, E7D, E7E. And so that way I can document which swab came from which area.
Okay. And so then, and each of those have a unique serial number attached to them, correct?
That's correct. Basically, what we call our barcodes.
Okay. And so then showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 117, could you look at E4 in State's 117? And then just see if that interferes with the serial number on your E7, or are they different?
No, the barcodes would be different.
So even if in 117 E4 might be a similar type of item that was swabbed, the serial numbers are different.
Correct.
And just one final question. So just confirm for me where your E7, the cup that you found, your E7.
So that was at on my report, it's 5,000 block of Chive Drive.
Okay. And was that inside of a vehicle or outside of a vehicle or some other place?
No, ma'am, that was outside the it was in the open.
Pass the witness room.
Nothing further.
The rules when invoked, you know what that means?
Not to speak about it.
If you don't mind placing the documents, are those your documents?
I believe that's the
You
state's.
can place them on the ledge.
All right. Thank you.
You're excused.
Thank you, sir.
Right, State, you can call your next witness.
So you have just a moment, Judge, just for labeling.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
It's not that long. Yeah, this is should be.
Just give me a minute.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
And the state's gonna call back CSI Duffy.
Mary, did he give you his report?
Yes.
You can have a seat. All right, you're still under oath, so stay.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yes.
Okay, so just to remind you where we were, back yesterday, we had gone through what's been already marked as State's Exhibit 117, and you had told us about the packaging and the processing, and we had talked about the barcodes. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, remind me, those were the swabs that you collected from the vehicle on that first processing that you did on August 4th, is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. So now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 234. And can you tell us what that is?
It is the swabs that I collected on August 7th, and it's also, it looks like it may contain the brown towel from August 4th.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you some more photographs that have been marked as State's Exhibit 230, 231, 232, and 233. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, sir.
And are those the photos that you took when you were processing, I guess, the swab areas on that 8-7 process?
These might be Matt Flores pictures.
Okay, so you didn't take those photos, but are
Yes.
those the areas that you swabbed on 8-7?
Yes, sir.
And do those photos accurately kind of depict that area that you were taking those samples from?
Yes, sir.
And have they been altered in any way?
No, sir.
And Your Honor, State will move to admit State's Exhibit 230, 31, 32, and 33 into evidence. And take those to dispense after any objections.
I think they're already admitted.
Can you get these?
Yeah.
31, 32, and 33, they're in.
Okay, good. Now, I'm going to show you on the, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
So obviously, we've talked about how there's the 2 different days of processing, and so I'm going to show you the photos from that first day, which is right here on State's Exhibit number 105. We talked about this. This is that first number 1 evidence placard. This spot that you took the swab from, which package is that? Which, I guess, using the exhibit number, which package is that swab contained in?
And 117.
Okay. And is that the same for what would be, I guess, evidence number 2 depicted in States 106?
Yes, sir.
And then the same thing for States 107?
Yes, sir.
And the same thing for States 108?
Yes, sir.
And the same thing for States 109?
Yes, sir.
And then last, the same thing for States 110?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you could, just for the sake of being thorough, would you mind going ahead and opening up States 117 just to make sure that those swabs are contained in that package?
Do you have scissors? Or a knife?
so, having had a second to go through it, is each, I guess, individual item in that packaging?
Yes, sir.
And how is it that you know that?
So the barcode matches what should have been on the report. And then my initials, badge, and date are on the back of each one of these on the red tape. And this one as well.
Okay. And you kind of told us a lot about how you do that process at the end of the day yesterday, right? As far as how you, that procedure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can go ahead and put those in the bag while I... Okay, so a second ago you said that in that second package, which is labeled as states 234, that you thought that the towel that you had collected on 8-4 was actually in that package as well.
I think so, according to this barcode sheet.
Okay, and so I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 111. Is that the towel that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And that's, I guess, identified as evidence number 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as States Exhibit number 230. I think it's a little blurry, so it's hard to see on the projector, but I'm going to bring it to you just so it's easier for you to see. Can you tell us what piece of evidence that is depicting?
It should be item of evidence E1.
Okay, and what is item of evidence E1?
We took a swab of apparent blood in the back.
Okay, and same thing, I'm anticipating that probably going to be blurry on the projector. I will test it. State's Exhibit number 231. It looks pretty blurry, so I'm going to walk it to you. Showing you State's Exhibit 231. What is it that's in that photo?
I believe that's item of evidence E2,
And
which
what
was a swab of apparent blood.
Okay, same thing for State's Exhibit number 232.
Yes, sir. Item of evidence E3, which was a swab of apparent blood.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 233.
Yes, sir. Swab of apparent blood. It was E4.
All right. Now, when you tell us about that process of how you take those swabs, how you preserve them, package them for this case, for this investigation.
Yes, sir. So, like we explained yesterday, we will get the sterile, they're in a package that's sterile. There's 2 cotton applicators, and we will put distilled water on them, and then we will swab the areas that we are collecting, and then they are put back into that package, and then we will write the case information on that package, and then they are put into a brown envelope, and then they are sealed with clear tape on all factory seals. Then we put red tape, which goes across the brown envelope and across the clear tape as well. And then we initial badge and date, which has to go across the envelope, the clear tape, and the red tape to show that it's sealed.
Now, when you're doing that for the swabs that have the, I guess, the Blue Star swabs versus the standard swabs, is any part of that different?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, if you could, go ahead and take a second to open up State's Exhibit number 234 and just make sure that those swabs that are identified using the barcodes on that package are in fact the same swabs. And then here's the scissors for you.
Thank you, sir.
And so, are those items the same items?
Yes, sir.
And so how is it that you know that?
It has the barcode that's associated, it has a case number, it's the barcode that's associated with each item of evidence, and on the back of each one, it has my initials, badge, and date on them, on both the top and the bottom for the red tape.
And then just for the sake of thoroughness again, that barcode is unique to that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
And then that other big bag that you pulled out, which I guess is labeled as states 118F, is that child that you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
And when you were collecting those samples, did you follow the procedure, accordingly? Did you do all the different steps you're supposed to do in order to preserve the evidence the way it needs to be?
Yes, sir.
I think you can go ahead and start trying to put it back in.
Good?
Yes, sir.
So, as I understand it, you went to the car twice.
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay. And the first time was August the 4th of 2017.
Yes, sir.
And on that day, you went and Detective Espinosa was also present.
Yes, sir.
And Espinosa was there because he was the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, August the 4th is a significant date because the next day, August the 5th, Espinosa sent some people to collect clothes. Did you go or have anything to do with the collection of clothes the next day on August the 5th?
No, sir.
Okay.
Could I please have a copy of my report? I gave it to them yesterday.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Do you have one?
I do. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course. That's the four. I wrote on the top the dates just so it'll
Sure.
for me, but now you can look at them, okay?
I appreciate it.
Of course. But on the 4th, you took some pictures of the car, and even on the 4th, now you didn't do the Blue Star until the 7th, correct?
Correct.
But on the 4th, am I correct in understanding that even to the naked eye, it was obvious, at least it appeared, that there was a substance that you and Espinosa believed was blood present in the car?
There was what we thought was apparent blood in the car, yes, sir.
And I think from the pictures, you could say not just a little bit of blood, but a decent amount. I mean, more than would make one comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Espinosa, at that point, was there with you, and he saw this car. He knew who the car belonged to, and he knew that there was a good amount of blood in that car, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on that day, thank you, you just did some presumptive test for blood, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I photographed the car, and then we did some presumptive tests, and I collected what was requested to be collected out of the vehicle.
Now, when you say what was requested to be collected, are those requests made by Espinosa?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in your position at that time, if you felt like he missed something, are you in the position to say, hey, how about we do this, or how about we do that, or do you just do what he says? And I'm not trying to be demeaning or degrading. I'm just asking the question.
I understand. So we work together closely, right? a lot of times they have information that we don't have, or a lot of times information comes out at a later time. So we try to communicate well with them. That's why he was out there that day, helping search the car. That's why we, CSI Hurst and myself, did the presumptive test, because the color of those stains was like a brownish color. So that was why we did the presumptive test and then swabbed them to have them submitted.
And the presumptive test came back. So not only one, when you looked at it, you thought to yourself, and at that point you were experienced. You were training people, you were so experienced, right?
Yes, sir.
So not only did you think it was blood, your presumptive test came back and told you, presumptively, it tests positive for blood, right?
Positive for mammal blood, yes, sir.
Okay. So not only, so Espinosa knew the results of that. He was there when you did those presumptive tests, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so we did those. You collected the evidence. Did you take pictures and inventory? I don't see in your report a complete inventory of the inside of the purse. Did you inventory the purse and its entire contents?
No, he wanted that collected for, we separated the paper with the blue sticky note on there,
Yes, ma'am.
because it had evidence on it. Everything else was more personal property. So it was just collected and secured, because when the car goes to Groudon, it'll be in an open space. So we will secure things of value, and that purse had value to it. So it was just taken to secure it.
But what about anything in the purse that may have been of any evidentiary value?
It was the actual piece of paper that had the blood on it, or the apparent blood, was
But
what was
about
separated.
A calendar or a...
I didn't see any, I don't remember. I didn't search the purse.
Okay.
I was told to photograph the ID that was in there, just to show that there was an ID associated with that purse. And then there was that paper found in there, and I was requested to collect it.
To the contrary, were you told not to search the purse?
No, sir.
Now the brown towel that was, we had the picture of it all folded up neatly. It wasn't found like that. It was found in the back of the car. Is that correct?
I do believe it was in the back of the car.
Okay. Now, are you the first person to gain access to the car since it had been towed from where it was found to the location where you processed it?
Yes, sir. So those vehicles are taken from whatever location, and they are followed to 9th Street. They are secured in one of the stalls, which that day it was stall number 1. We have 3 stalls. And until there is a warrant secured or consent to search or whatever they are going on, then nobody messes with those cars. They are secured, they are left alone. So when we get there, we were the first people to actually enter the vehicle.
So the pictures that show us the interior of the car, as far as you know, that's the way it was found on the side of the street when it was originally located by whoever found it.
I'm not sure what happened at the scene. I'm only aware of what happened at 9th Street. That's a secured facility that only the crime scene unit has access to, and it is secured, and we do not enter those vehicles until we are told we can.
Okay. So if the evidence suggests that when the car was found, wherever it was found, nobody got in it, and it was towed to you, or to stall number 1, and you're the first person in it, the picture should accurately reflect the way it was found, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the seats, then, and when you take the initial pictures, do you move the seats or do anything to adjust the interior of the car prior to taking the photographs?
Absolutely not. That car is photographed from the exterior, and then we move to the interior. Nothing is moved, nothing is touched until we have those original documenting photographs to show how that vehicle was found.
So the position of the driver's seat as far as proximity to the steering wheel, that's as it was found.
Yes, sir. Nobody touched that car, moved any seats.
And I think, as I recall, the passenger seat behind the driver's seat is down. So that's the way you found it. Or not
I'd
you
have
found
to
it, but that's the way it
see.
appeared to you.
Yes, sir. I'd have to see a picture to know for sure, but however it was when we get there and we document it, that's the way it is.
Now, we saw the, with the assistance of Blue Star, the steering wheel, right? And it looks like the blue star shows a continuous pattern of something around the entire surface of the steering wheel, right?
The entire steering wheel, chemiluminesce, that blue color, it glows.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And that's consistent, so that doesn't mean necessarily, or that's consistent with at least some blood having been on the steering wheel possibly, and then that blood being spread around the steering wheel, right?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a presumptive blood.
Right. And then you, as directed by Espinosa, and as you've described, processed the car for different DNA samples throughout mostly the driver's compartment, right?
Yes, sir.
And feel free to review your report with me. Did you, if you remember, process the passenger compartment of the car for any DNA samples? Either, and I'll make it either on the 4th or the 7th.
So on the 7th, we did spray the entire car with Blue Star. And the areas that chemiluminesce, they were documented and photographed. So if they didn't chemiluminesce, they were not photographed. They just the overall photographs taken of that. On the 4th,
Let me ask you this. Did you only take or attempt to get DNA samples from where there was apparent blood? Or did you also swab surfaces that did not have apparent blood to try to attempt the acquisition of DNA samples?
I was advised to swab the apparent blood in the different locations. So that is what we
you only tried
did.
to get DNA from the apparent blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to swabbing the apparent blood samples, and the reason I ask, you can, in your experience, am I correct in that you can get DNA from a surface like a stereo knob, correct?
You would have to talk to the crime lab to be more specific about touch DNA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You can attempt.
We can swab it, yes.
Correct. And you can swab. I was in a case recently where they swabbed seatbelt buckles.
Yes, sir.
That's not unusual, is it?
Yeah, depending on the case and what they're requesting at the time, no, sir.
And
It's
door handles.
they can if that is requested, yes.
Now, in this case specifically, I think you could agree with me that you had reason to believe that something had been placed in the back of that car, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's what that car has, like a hatchback or a cargo area.
A cargo area, yes, sir.
And one of the ways to get into that is there's a latch on the back of the car, right? I think the pictures show that.
Yes, sir.
And did you attempt to get DNA samples to see who had touched or who had grabbed that latch to open the back of that car?
I did not. Usually if they're going to do that, that's done at the scene prior to it being moved by and the tow truck drivers touching the exterior of the car. So I don't know what was done prior to it arriving at 9th Street.
And that's not something Espinosa directed you to do?
No, sir.
Did you know whether or not Espinosa had been present when the tow truck
I don't
hooked up the
know.
car?
I don't know, sir. A lot of times these happen over multiple shifts, and I don't really know what goes on other shifts, just what I'm involved in myself.
So let's talk about fingerprints. I want to ask just the last thing I have questions to have. I think when I reviewed your report on the 7th, I think it was the 7th. Let me.
The 4th.
Oh, it was the 4th?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
It says attempted but not found. Is that correct? You attempted to fingerprint some spots, but you had no luck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I searched the exterior and the interior of vehicle, the Hyundai, for latent prints, and I had negative results. I also searched the E4, which I think is that cup. I searched it for prints as
Another
well.
cup?
No, that one that we collected, E4, the quench cup that was in the center
The one
console.
inside the truck? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, the car.
Yes, sir, the Hyundai. Mhm.
Now, let's just briefly, is it unusual to have no success with fingerprints?
Absolutely.
It's unusual?
No, it happens a lot.
Okay.
Like we
Yes.
search cars in this city with the dust. A lot of times we won't get prints on them.
Would you agree with me, it's kind of a common misconception that you're gonna get fingerprints all the time, right? I mean, I think society thinks you're always gonna get these fingerprints thanks to CSI and TV, but it's not as frequent as they believe, is it?
Yes, sir, you are correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge, and thank you for coming back today.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all working with me.
Just a few questions, Judge.
Oh, yes, sir.
Just for real quick clarification.
Oh, no, you're fine.
So when you're processing a vehicle like this one, are you necessarily collecting all the items that are in that vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And so how is it that you choose?
So anything it depends on what they want in their search warrants or what we are being directed to. So for example, the purse was something of value, so it was removed from the car to have it secured until the family could take custody of the purse. The towel, I don't remember if the towel had apparent blood on it, but that might have been why we collected that. The cup in the front, they could submit that later on to have it tested for possible DNA. Most of the other stuff in the back was personal property. Like, I think there was a float back, a pink float with kid stuff. It wouldn't really have any evidentiary value for what this case
So that
was.
stuff wasn't collected?
No, sir.
Okay, and then, on 8/4, when you're getting ready to collect those swabs, you said that, you're looking for apparent signs of apparent blood, I guess. And that's just naked eye apparent blood.
Yes, sir.
And so if you don't see something that looks like blood, you're not gonna notice swab there.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then to distinguish that from what you were doing on 8/8, I think you kind of answered in your question Mr. Bunk asked you. You're spraying it, and then basically whatever glows, that's where you're going to go ahead and swab.
We will swab or collect it. If we're able to collect that, then we will turn that in. If we can't, then we will swab it.
Okay. No further question, Judge.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, if you don't mind putting that together, saving it on the right to the court reporter. And also the scissors, if you don't mind. I appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
This is yesterday. Mary has her own memories. Daughter did okay. Judge, I think we need that hearing outside the presence of the jury now.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to give y'all a break. We're going to take up a matter outside your presence. I don't know how long it would take. If you recall yesterday, I also let you know that we don't know how long we'll go today. So if you need to make any calls or arrangements, you please do that at this time. We'll let you know when we're ready for you. All rise for the jury.
May I be seated?
Let's take a short break.
Okay.
Right, back on the record, State of Texas versus Guadalupe Contreras, president of the courtroom, are attorneys for both the state, attorneys for the defense, as well as the defendant. The jury has not yet entered into the courtroom. Counsel, you indicated you needed is it a motion to suppress?
Well, no, it's just, there's some predicate that has to be laid, and I just, some steps to make I think they're gonna be jail phone calls to make them admissible, such as somebody has to be able to identify the voices on the tapes and all that, and I think that needs to be done outside the presence of the jury before the judge can make a ruling on whether or not that has to be done to make them relevant to this case. So I'd ask if that all be done outside the presence of the jury. I'm sure they have somebody lined up to identify the voices and all that, but I'd ask that be done outside the presence of the jury so the court can make the ruling on relevancy before we do that.
Got it. All right, State, you can call your next witness.
And the state calls Sylvia Castillo.
You have a seat. I'm going to swear you in this. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you do know it's a powerful mic?
Yes.
You may need to adjust it. All right, State.
Thank you, Judge. So, obviously the jury's not in here, but could you tell us who you work for?
IC Solutions.
Okay, and so what does IC Solutions do?
We do communication services for jails and prisons across the nation.
Okay, and so what does it mean to do communication services for the jail?
We provide phone services, video services, and tablet services.
And so are you a custodian of records for IC Solutions?
Yes, sir.
And when someone goes to jail, how is it that they get set up with an account?
They need to enroll into the phone, so they put in their SID number, and then they have to select a 4-digit passcode. Once that's done, then they read some verbiage, and then once the system gets enough of their voice to match with that SID number plus the passcode, then they're enrolled into the phone.
And so, and IC Solutions doesn't assign inmates a SID number,
No,
but the inmates then choose and select their own PIN number.
passcode, yes, sir.
Passcode. And then there's also voice authentication.
Yes,
So there's 3 kind of levels of authentication.
yes,
Okay. And so what are those the measures that they use to ensure that any given inmate is using only their account?
yes, sir.
Now, okay, so did you have the opportunity to listen to any particular recordings for today's testimony, to prepare for today's testimony?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you did listen to them?
Yes, sir.
Now, I guess let me ask, when an inmate makes a jail call, or I guess a phone call from the jail, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And are they recorded at the time that the phone call is being made?
Yes, sir.
And those recordings, are they kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Now, in those recordings that you listened to, did the person making that call identify themselves?
Yes.
And who did they identify themselves as?
Guadalupe Contreras.
And all the other, I guess, information that comes from that call, being the ID number, the passcode number, the voice authentication, and the SID number, do all of those also attach to Guadalupe Contreras?
Yes.
That's what it's, Your Honor.
Are you the custodian of records for the software that does voice identification?
I'm the custodian of records for IC Solutions.
Right, but not, you didn't develop the voice identification software, did you?
No, sir, I did
Okay,
not.
you can't vouch for the validity of the software for voice identification, can you?
Well, the system that identified Guadalupe Contreras as making the phone calls.
Right, but that's all you know, is this some system somewhere said, I think that's him.
Yes, sir.
So you've listened to some, you bought the disc because you're the custodian of records for the recordings, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that's your task here today.
I listen to the calls right straight from the system, and then, yes.
You don't know anybody's voice. You don't know Guadalupe Contreras, correct?
No, I don't know him. No.
Well, then, Judge, at this point, I objected. She certainly cannot, this does not satisfy the predicate. She's the custodian of records for the phone calls, but that doesn't make whatever phone call she can relevant to this trial. Until somebody takes a stand and says, I've listened to them and they're his voice. I mean, so I will object, and I do object.
All right, response?
Well, Judge, she's the custodian of records for IC Solutions, and she already kind of delineated how there's 3 different levels of authentication that tie any given voice that's making the call from the jail to the defendant. And so that is actually what establishes the identity of the voice on the phone. And also, Judge, his argument goes to weight, not admissibility, in case I forgot to say that.
Okay. All right, I'm looking up a couple of cases. Is there anything else that we need to get out of the witness before we proceed?
No.
Okay. All right, let's take a brief recess and let me look up some things. All right, you ready? All right, the court has reviewed some applicable case law. I'll overrule the objection. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Will the court cite for the record the cases it reviewed? Just,
Sure. Let's see. I got a Westlaw site, 2019 WL 458-5447 out of the Court of Appeals, Texas Amarillo. I'm also looking at Fowler, 544 Southwest 3rd, 848 through 849, which specifically references authentication, a couple of other cases. I kind of moved on. Segundo versus State, 9-23-00332-CR. It's a Westlaw site, 2024 Westlaw 4284320. Talks about 901 and the various ways under 901B that evidence could be authenticated in this type of way. And specifically because he's in custody. It's an authentication of jail calls.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, y'all ready to bring the jury, or do we need anything else?
Stay ready, Your Honor.
Defense?
We're ready, Judge.
Okay.
Jacket.
Modern technology. You doing all right? Haven't seen you in a while. Good, good, good. You know, that first site that I gave you,
Are you still on the record?
yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
No, no worries. The first site that I gave you all, that was Bahina versus State. That's a CCA case, 634 Southwest 3rd 923. It also looked up, the Amarillo case is Goley, Goley versus State.
Judge, can you hold on 1 second? Do they? I hate to do this. I know we're trying to move on, but I have I think I have 5 or 6 different calls, and I'm not sure which 2 they're going to offer. So I don't know who the other voices on the phone calls are. And the other, while his voice is not hearsay, the other statements potentially could be hearsay.
Okay, so would you like to?
Well, I'd like to listen to the calls, or at least know which 2 of the group we're going to. I'd like to know which ones, just for my edification, which ones of the group we're going to hear. If I should have done that. I just thought right now.
No, it's understandable. I get it.
Which ones?
So for what it's worth,
Give him a little bit of a break.
so the same 2 from last time.
She says with
Yeah.
disgust.
Oh,
But it's the same one. It's the same one from last trial.
Two different.
It's the same 2.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then Judge, I'm ready.
Okay.
It's the same one from before. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Just for the record, I'll object to hearsay, like I did at the last trial, and I'm assuming they'll say not. While we're on the record, I'm gonna object to hearsay.
And then they're not being offered for the truth and justice, Your Honor.
Got it.
Can I get a ruling?
Yes, that is overruled.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
In the future, feel free to make our response. No, I'm saying we don't want to.
But that, I mean, that's the response.
Yes, it is. We're good.
And I've said it, it's great to have great attorneys in this case, on both sides. On both sides.
Oh, what, you weren't streaming that?
And his contact information is.
And thank y'all both so much for listening to my podcast.
That's his love language.
Ready, guys? All rise for the jury. May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. State, you can call your next witness.
And Your Honor, the state calls Sylvia Castillo.
All right, ma'am, you've already been sworn. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Sylvia Castillo and I work for IC Solutions.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Castillo, you told us that you work for IC Solutions. What is IC Solutions?
We do handle communication services for jails and prisons across the nation.
Okay, and does that include Bexar County?
It does.
And so, I guess, what is it that communication services are for Bexar County?
We handle phone services and video services for Bexar County.
And so the phone services that you provide to the Bexar County Jail, what is it that they do?
We actually process all of their phone calls.
Now, when an inmate is taken to the Bexar County Jail, how is it that they get set up to be able to make phone calls?
They have to enroll into the phone, so they enter in their SID number, they select a 4-digit passcode, and then they have to read some verbiage in order for the system to get enough of the voice to match with that SID number and passcode. So the next time they make a phone call, if everything matches, it'll go out.
And are you a custodian of records for IC Solutions?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said a second ago that they establish a passcode. That's a passcode that they create themselves?
Yes, sir.
And then you said that they enter in their SID number. What is the SID number?
The SID number is their ID, inmate ID that's assigned by the county.
Okay, and so that's not a number that is created by IC Solutions?
No, sir.
And is, to your knowledge, is a SID number unique to each individual inmate?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also said that there's a voice authentication software, so they need to collect enough examples of their voice in order for it to be authentifiable?
Yes, sir.
Now, are those the three measures, I guess, that exist in order to ensure that any particular inmate is using only their own account?
Yes, sir.
And so so there's 3 levels of identification. If an inmate makes a call and the voice authentication doesn't match, will the call go through?
No, sir.
So, when a call is made at Bexar County, is that call recorded?
Yes, sir.
And is it recorded at the time or near the time that the call is made?
It is.
And are those recordings kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you Did you have an opportunity to listen to some Gary County Jail calls in order to prepare for your testimony today?
I did.
And did you listen to them?
I did, yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm bringing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
2 call recordings from Mr. Contreras.
Okay, and is this the disc that you listen to?
It is.
So what's the process that you use in order to make sure that the recordings on this disc are the recordings that were
I
recorded?
listen to them straight from our system first, and then when I come in, then I listen to them off the disc.
Okay, and how is it that you know that this disc is the disc that you listen to?
The call sequence number is unique to every single phone call at
Okay.
the jail.
And do you do anything to this disc to, I guess, denote it as being your disc?
Initial and sign it.
Now,
I'm sorry, date it.
and so having listened to the disc and the recordings on the disc, did the individual making the calls identify themselves in the recordings?
Yes.
And who did they identify themselves as?
Guadalupe Contreras.
And the PIN number that was used to make the phone call, to whom was that PIN number associated to?
To Mr. Contreras.
And then lastly, the SID number that was used to make that phone call, to whom was that SID number attached to?
Mr. Contreras.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer State's Exhibit number 79 evidence pending any objections.
All right, objections have been made.
No, my prior objection.
Yes, they've been made, preserved for the record, overruled, and I will admit State 79.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Now, a second ago, you mentioned that there's a number that's assigned to each individual call. Are they assigned in sequence?
It's a call sequence number. There's tons of calls going on, but they're individual for each call.
And so I'm going to play for you the first recording.
Call number 8276678. Inmate ID 70017.
And so I'm pausing the playback at 11 seconds. For the purpose of the record, I'm going to fast forward through the introductory information that plays when they're making a call.
Okay.
Date para español 35. A to place the call. Please enter your PIN number. After the tone, please say your first and last name. After the tone, please say your first and last name.
Guadalupe Contreras.
Say your first and last name.
Guadalupe Contreras.
To report any type of sexual abuse or sexual harassment, press 0 followed by *511. Press 0 to make a collect or prepaid collect call or speed dial call. Press 3 to make a free call. Press 9 for help. Press for calls within the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. Please enter the area code prefix. For calls within the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean, please enter the area code, prefix, and number. Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from an inmate at Bexar County Jail. To accept this call, press or say 5. To refuse leave this call, hang up now. To block this call, and this call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
Hello? Thanks.
Thanks.
Where the kids?
Huh?
Where the kids?
The kids are at home. I'm not at home.
Where you at?
I'm out. I came to find some stuff out, but I'll be heading home in a little bit. My kids are at the hospital, have a scheduled appointment to see you Monday. But before he goes to go see you Monday morning, I'm gonna make my appointment before his.
Why?
We're gonna go visit you. Huh?
Why?
We're gonna farm you out, darling.
They're gonna screw me. The detectives. I told him about the text line. He don't care.
I know the GPS is the one that they did a sequel
1 minute remaining.
saying that the GPS.
Yeah,
The GPS on the phone.
I want to go away and they don't call you.
I know. Your family's willing to bond you out. We're all willing to bond you out. Your son's willing to find me. All your family's willing to find to get you out. But we were gonna go Monday to ask if you wanted to come out.
That's too much money.
It's only $1,500.
Dude, I can sacrifice. I don't care.
No, you can't. Baby, Carmen went crazy.
I'm giving up.
Baby, don't do it. If you're innocent, you're innocent. If you're guilty, you're guilty. I don't care.
The detective, he don't care. He any attitude.
I understand that, sweetie, but you only have a couple of minutes before they hang up on you.
I only got 2 minutes. I got less than a minute. Just tell
Can
me.
you call me back?
No, I'll probably want to get a chance to.
Thank you for using IC Solutions. Goodbye.
And for the purpose of the record, I'm going to begin the playback of the second call.
Call number 8280.
I'm going to try and fast forward through some of the preliminary information.
74.
Oh, wait. This fucking joint, huh? It's the same. I know myself from this. Hold on. One moment.
After the tone, please say 11. Press the... Hello, you have a prepaid call from
Guadalupe Contreras.
an inmate at Bexar County Jail. Your account balance is $37.40. To hear the charges for this call, press or say 2. To accept this call, press or this call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking.
Yeah, Matt and I was in here. It's Amber calling me.
Who?
Amber?
Oh. What do you have?
Nothing at the store? I was up here. I was up with you guys earlier. Gloria was there.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's
And I didn't have to go to the house to go visit the girls.
You understand me, yeah?
Why, what happened?
No, I'm asking you.
No, we're waiting for Diego to get back from picking up the kids.
I'm getting with the kid, I don't get it.
The kids are in school. They already started. They started today.
Oh, y'all going together or what?
Well, we have to go together.
Hey. Well, you gotta start with whom?
Where's your son? Say hello.
Who's your dad? Oh, what the hell y'all doing this for? You have a court for it. You know I haven't done that. What? Hold on. Hello? Huh? What's up? I'm gonna tell the cook. You must have made it. What? Oh boy, you got it. I said, you never changes the jokes. What's your saying? I know that. Yeah, I cooked ramen noodles already. Huh? I said on the I cooked ramen noodles. Yeah, okay, good. I'll be saving on that so for that moment. I was trying to be like you there, you know how you're supposed to be eating that ramen noodles right now? I'll be like you. Dude, I don't even eat ramen noodles, dude. It's like, let's say, you know the spam? Yeah. Okay. Try eating the spam that tastes like that. I don't even like spam. Okay. They have the taste of box. Your clothes, your drink, everything smells like it. No matter what it is, it smells like it. And then, I'm not saying this is hanging up, how bad. And which one is Robert said if you could steal some of the underwears. Oh, so what do you want, Robert? No, that was yesterday. I know, man, stuff from underwears for this fucking place. I think he said, what's that? He said how many people use these fucking underwears. I know he said they feel good. I go, hey, you wanna know why they feel good? He goes, why? I go, because everybody's balls has been on them. Yeah. And the boxes are on my dude. Yeah, he said it's a white one. Yeah, I can't stand these fucks. Sucks, dude, it sucks. Ew. I tell you now, man. I would slap you ever do something like this. Oh. I know. Is it the wrong time? The wrong place at the wrong time? I know it is. And that's why I tell Thursday night, that's why they told. Sorry, don't worry. That's what it's every day. That's why I told your mom just let them food to pay me. I don't care. Remember, you and Carmen are the ones that, even though Gina's not mine, but Gina, Carmen, and you have the same morals I have. I raised you all. I already talked to Carmen herself. I know you stick to your sister. Like I told her the day she was crying and everything. On Friday. She was crying and stuff like, she was crying when we were going to HB whenever to go touch my ball. And I told everybody, I go, right now, Dad's not here, you know. I go, I thought with you, you thought with you, we were going to make them up, right? Like, that's it, we make up that, and she started thinking about it, and she knew where I was coming from. See what? She knew where I was coming from, like when I met. So like, we're gonna get you alright. So maybe it's not about getting out, son. So it's about this shit going away. So like, we're doing things. I know that. I'm gonna let you off for that. Who is mom fighting with? Nobody. Hey, you know, when I get out of this fucking joint, I want to eat something you guys did. Oh, you want to know that shit? Oh, I just my stomach, dude. I'm telling you, man. Like, I'm telling you, man. But I gotta show you. You don't eat your toothpick now, or what? Huh? I said you don't want to eat your toothpick now, or what? Fuck that, dude. I'll pay you. You know how bad it is, dude? What? I'll eat Fritos. The plain Fritos with no benders. Than eating this. With no benders, you say? Yeah, just like that, dude. I would just eat Fritos just like that. This will give me the suckiest shits in the world, and I'll eat the whole three sides of this shit. I'm telling you, the food here, dude, oh my god, dude, the smell of it. The image is look at me, and I'm like, dude, y'all want this shit, so I ain't eating it. You don't take it or? Yeah, they take it. It's all fucking in Chino. Like fucking last man, they're all like, hey, we'll take your trip for you. I go ahead, bro. It's on your own. I go and I go lay down. And I start doing the push-ups and shit. And I start doing push-ups the other way, you know, something the guy got after my ass. Yeah. Because I was doing push-ups at 3 in the morning. I didn't do your thing. When they did just test the medical thing, I weighed 223. 223? Yeah. Yeah, I weighed 180. Yeah, I got that shit though. For real? I like cut off half of my back. Yeah, okay. Fucking funny that. Thanks. Yeah. Did you want to get up? Oh, it is. I don't work tomorrow. Alright. Stay someone's family, right? Huh? Stay someone's family to come and check. Oh, it is. That'd be awesome. Alright, I'll see you everything. Alright, I'll let you go then. Alright, guys. We started on the phone? Shit. Yeah, Mom used my car, so I go try to back put the minute from. Yeah, actually told me to rest the car. Yeah. She said before we did that, so she had like everything else like that, she wrecked the car. Yeah, but I thought she was just fine because she missed me. That was just fine because she wrecked the damn car. No, this is kind of risky. She said she didn't care about wrecking the car. Yeah, she said she had a lot of stuff going on in her head. Like I don't. Shit, I have a lot of things going on. My head backwards, like right now. She hasn't touched the car since then. Okay, driving. Huh? I said, she hasn't touched the car since then. I've been driving. Two people that know how to run into shit. What are you talking about? I never ran into shit. You want to start? That wasn't me. He's full of shit, dude. Hey, what's it? I think it was Gina. Oh, okay, maybe the other ones, yeah. She never wants to go. Gina has trouble running into shit. No, I know. Believe me, run in the barrage. Yeah, she has 3 days. I don't have 1, 3 or 2. Is it different? I'm telling you, oh no, she had 3. I had 9. I just told you all I want to be with y'all. Like that. I want to get dropped off and I'm there by myself with people I don't want to be with. Yeah, we already talked about places. And I'm gonna start working more hours so I can get so we can get more money so we can put down for at least a small little apartment for right now. But no. When all this is said and done, I'm still going to church. That's just on my go. That's still going to church. Yeah. I'm going to stop. I told you that. So if I come out, I'm going to church Thursday. And I'm going to go Sunday. Okay. CSI 30, same mile 11. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? What do you mean you're doing? Are you trying to hang up on me? No. The people watching Expendables. Expendables was there? Yeah, yesterday we saw Transformer and the Adventure of Shaun of the something like, I don't know. You never really watching movies in there? Yeah. Yeah, put on the TV, put on the news and to see if I can see anything in case I fall, but I didn't see nothing. What do you? Is there on the news lately? Huh? Is there on the news lately? Yeah, boy channel, right? There was, when I saw the news, I saw it on 12. And I saw when they took you out. When you were walking out with the two officers, one looked like Chinese, the other one looked like kind of white. The reporter didn't have anything to say. He said not guilty. Yeah, I saw that. That was on 12. You know, one of the reporters so stupid. They got on with the thing. I don't know if you heard that. They go, so how long did you know the victim? What are you to the victim? Are you serious, dude? Are you to the victim? Yeah. How long have I known her? And what is she to me? I was like, what? Don't they already know that? No, I told me they didn't know that. Yeah, let me let you go. I'll call you back in a few, man. I think at 6:30 because they're gonna lock down now. Alright, that'll be called. Be careful, right? I know you too. Yeah, are you too? You stay cool, good. Oh, I don't know. That'll be that. I know you did that, but hello.
And so, just the last couple of questions for you. That second call where he's talking to the young man, he says, I'll stop you if you ever do anything like this. What date is that phone call from?
The second call is 8/14/2017.
Okay, and that first call with the woman on the other side of the line, what date is that from?
8/13/2017.
And then do you have in front of you, do you know the numbers that, I guess the phone numbers that were called when the call was placed?
Yes.
What was the phone number?
210-489-9398.
And is that the same number for both calls?
Yes.
That's what, Your Honor.
I don't have any questions.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
The rules been invoked, you know what that means?
Yes.
All right, State, you can call your next witness.
Can we approach it?
Yes. Exercise today. Make sure you're feeling nice and healthy. Going to give you a short break. We'll let you know when we're ready.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated.
Judge, just like we've done for some of the other science witnesses prior to this, I believe the next witness is Ms. Vashon, who, as I recall, is going to testify to regarding the hair that was found at Chive. And so, as we did earlier regarding 702, it's late. I don't expect that the science has changed. I don't expect that her testimony is going to be any different than it was at the prior trial. I don't see any need to have another hearing. Since we had a hearing outside the presence of the jury at the prior trial, I was allowed at that time to question her regarding the science, the validity of the science, and the fact that she relied on this science in making her findings. I think at the conclusion of my questions, the court made a ruling regarding the court's opinion on whether or not it believed that the evidence should be admissible based on the evidence it heard. I don't anticipate anything being different today, but I need to, for the record, just not have that hearing again, but just ask the court to, let me read into the record, if we can, oh, Lauren's gone. There's just, if we can get the volume and the page number from the prior record and make that a part of this record, so the court can have, so the record will reflect the evidence that was heard in the prior hearing, and that can be, so for the purposes of the science, I just want to re-urge the hearing we held prior with the same evidence, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so just to make sure, so we had a 702 hearing,
Yes,
June the 23rd, 2023, with what I had marked on the docket sheet as Christina Vashon.
yes, sir.
She was a 20th witness in the trial.
Yes, I believe, I think, that's the next witness I'm told, and I don't have any reason to believe it's going to be any different than it was. I've been speaking for them the whole time, I don't mean to, but.
It's okay. It's volume 5, Your Honor, just for the record. It would be pages 125 through 129. And if we want to go ahead and Garen Foster, it's the same thing. He's our next witness, and then Robert Saylor's probably tomorrow, Judge, but I can, if you want to urge those now.
We can do all three right now, Judge. Well, let's just knock it out.
And then, so for Mr. Foster, it's volume 5, 120 through 125 for purposes of the 702 hearing. And then Robert Saylor's, our last witness last time, volume 5, page 129, Judge.
So just for the purposes of this trial, and as required by 702, I'm asking the court as the gatekeeper to make a finding as it did in the prior trial. Just like I said, I know the science hasn't changed, and I don't think their testimony is going to be, I've spoken to Ms. Vashon and Mr. Foster. I took the time to speak to both of them during a break, and I asked them, hey, has anything changed as far as the processes that were done? Has anything changed as far as your testimony and the science that you used? And I'm confident that the answer is no to both of those questions, and for that reason, there's no need for the court to have to hear the same evidence twice, and I don't want to take any more of the court's time than necessary, but I need to have the court make a ruling as it did before. So I'm just asking the court to rely on its recollection of the first trial, the first hearing, and then using that recollection, make the finding that the court deems appropriate regarding the science and in its role as a gatekeeper, whether or not this evidence will be admissible. Yeah, I think I said everything I need to say.
State anything else?
The evidence is the same, Judge, and we anticipate the testimony to be the same as well, Judge.
I guess just regard with Mr. Saylor's, I'd like the chance just tomorrow just to speak to him, and like I did with these two witnesses, just to confirm that science hasn't changed since the last trial. And then I can get on the record, I've had a chance to confer with him, and I don't expect any testimony to be different from his behalf like I did with Mr. Foster and Ms. Vashon today. I'm confident that they've told me their testimony is going to be the same, so I know that I can tell the court in confidence that there's nothing different than before, so I don't feel the need to have an additional hearing.
All right, and so then the court recalls by memory and in reviewing its notes, the 702 hearing, the hearings that were held in this particular case related to the witnesses that we are currently referencing as it relates to its recollection in the notes. The court will deem that the testimony is relevant, that the science is applicable, and will conduct the entire 702 hearing and allow the testimony from those witnesses. The same ruling that the court made before.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Y'all ready?
Ready.
Good try, Judge.
I meant to say the entire 702 analysis. I meant to say.
We're just missing a couple judges there walking, I guess.
Okay,
May I just look at some photos?
yes.
Waiting on a couple jurors.
Is it okay if she goes in and gets on the stand here?
Yes. You have a seat. How are you? Good. How are you? I'm good, thank you.
Probably missed this. I'm gonna ask you over there, because the microphone's over.
Got a Snickers?
The other day when she was here.
You know that's my favorite.
It's the only one I have.
Especially with peanut butter.
When she testified in this trial, she.
To Jim Alter's door. It's one of his that he passes around.
The baby Snickers.
I don't know.
You can have as many of those.
It does seem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
They don't have as many calories.
Right.
Got to take advantage of that.
I mean, it's in evidence.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
But you want me to put her?
That's okay. It's okay.
I know that she.
It's in the report.
She clipped her nails.
I remember that. That
Oh,
part,
I remember the finger.
that part I remember. I'll never look at fingernails the same way again.
No.
That's because you haven't seen mine. Took my mom to get a pedicure over the weekend. I got beautiful toenails.
That's a rarity. That's it.
It is. I got to thank my mom.
Yeah, there you go.
Making me spend my money on myself.
Thank you.
Think we'll close tomorrow? You think we can put that person on today?
We didn't know what you wanted to do, and I think, Lauren?
Yes.
Is Robert like out of pocket now? Yeah.
Yeah, Robert Con. So tomorrow.
He's not terrible.
I think now it's,
But we do have, after her, Garen for serology. So that'll take us,
That makes sense.
yeah.
And Judge, are we starting at 1:30 tomorrow again?
Let me check. Let me check. I'm assuming so, since it's our trial doc.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Ready, Vic? All rise for the jury. You may be seated.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. State, you can call your next witness.
State Court Christina Vashon.
And I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right. If you can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Christina Vashon. That's spelled Crystina. The last name is Vachon.
All right, state.
Thank you. Ms. Vashon, can you tell us how you're employed and then also your educational background, please?
I am employed at the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory. I was a trace evidence analyst for 15 years, and I have been a quality assurance manager for 5 years.
Tell us about your education, please.
I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and a master's degree with the concentration in forensic science.
And you mentioned that you were in the trace evidence department. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes. In trace evidence, we would examine microscopic items of evidence such as hairs, fibers, paint, gunshot residues. We would also test footwear and tire track samples that came in. We did a lot of different things in trace evidence.
In your current role, could you expand on that, please?
Yes, as the quality assurance manager, I am the liaison with our accrediting body. I also handle our quality system inside the laboratory. So we are assessed on an annual basis to make sure that we're following all of our requirements from our accrediting body, as well as our procedures that we've written in our laboratory. And if any quality issues come up in the lab, then I handle those as well.
And you held the title of forensic scientist. Do you still hold that title?
Yes, I am still a practicing forensic scientist in the gunshot residue discipline. I'm also the technical leader of that discipline.
Okay. And what type of training do you undergo in order to become a forensic scientist?
I received training inside the laboratory, which included reading journal articles, doing supervised casework, and taking competency exams before I was released to work my own cases. And I also received training outside the laboratory in various different subdisciplines.
Back in December of 2017, were you working in the capacity as a forensic scientist in the trace evidence section?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, December 15th, did you complete a report regarding the case that you're here to testify for?
Can I review my copy of the report?
Absolutely. Do you want to approach, actually?
Yes.
I want to hand you what's been previously marked as States 219 for identification purposes. If you could just review that report, compare it to the one you brought, and make sure it's a complete copy of that trace evidence report.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so let's talk about it for a minute. This trace evidence report, do you have identifying information on there that's unique to this particular report?
Yes, I do.
And so tell us, how do you all classify it, or how do you give it a unique identifying number?
So every case that comes in from an agency, in this situation, San Antonio Police Department, will be assigned a unique criminal investigation laboratory number that will be assigned to every bit of evidence and all subsequent submissions into the laboratory. So in this case, there was a criminal investigation laboratory number, or CIL number, that was assigned.
And if you could just for the record state what the SAPD case number is and then the corresponding CIL number.
The SAPD case number is 17171230. And the CIL number, the Criminal Investigation Laboratory number, is 17-05260.
And so will anything that comes in under that SAPD case number have the same CIL number, corresponding CIL number?
Yes, it will.
Okay. So whether or not you test it or not, or somebody else tests it, if it came in under that PD number, it will have the same CIL?
Correct.
Okay. And in this particular report, did you complete this at or near the time that those items were tested?
Yes.
Is it kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, it is.
And would you be the custodian of this record?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit States 219, tendering defense for any objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
And I'm just gonna set it up here as we talk about it. You've got your exact copy there. Okay. I'm gonna put States 219 here. I don't know how to. Can you hit clear there? We're having sort of a technical.
It's not working.
Judge, is yours?
Let me see.
No.
No.
Okay. There goes. There we go. Somebody needs it. Don't have to tell others.
Was it a juror?
Yeah. Okay, so let's walk through this report. First of all, tell us how it is that you receive evidence that you're going to analyze.
A representative from the agency will bring the evidence into our evidence receiving section of our laboratory, and it's checked for a tape seal and for all of the proper information on the submission form, and then it's submitted to the laboratory.
The evidence receiving section at the Bexar County Lab, is that a secured area?
Yes, it is. We have 4 people who work in that section, and if they're not in the section actively, then it is locked. And then there is also a vault where the evidence is stored overnight or long-term until we are ready to examine that evidence.
Is it temperature controlled?
Yes, it is.
So it's cooled, like air conditioned?
Correct. It's cooled and heated like the rest of the building.
Okay. And so when somebody wants to, when you want to go get evidence or when there's evidence to be tested, how do you go about that?
We will take the submission form to the evidence receiving section and give them the submission form so that they know which items of evidence from that case we're going to pick up. And then we have a LIMS system, a laboratory information management system, where things are scanned to record the chain of custody.
And on this particular case, did you have an evidence submission that you took down to to request those items?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you request specifically?
I requested, there were 2 submissions that I examined in this case. On the first submission, I requested a tape sealed manila envelope. And on the submission number 3, I requested a tape sealed paper bag.
Okay. And what was in that manila envelope?
The manila envelope contained head hair standards from Elizabeth Contreras and right fingernail clippings.
what was the purpose of you requesting those items?
I was asked to do hair comparisons in this case, so I needed the head hair standards to be able to compare to the unknown samples from the other submission.
And it may seem obvious, but what is a standard sample?
A standard sample is hair that is pulled from the head of the person who it is assigned to, and so we know that that hair came from that person, so that's why we call it our known or our standard.
And in this particular case, who was the known person that hair was removed from?
It was removed from Elizabeth Contreras.
And that's reflected there on the first page?
Yes.
Once you received the known standard of Elizabeth Contreras, what did you do?
I removed the hair samples from the envelope and placed them on a microscope slide.
How is it that you, or I guess what is the next step in your process when you're comparing hair samples?
So the first thing that I will do is I will examine the standards. I don't want to bias myself in any way by looking at the unknowns first. So I will look at the standards to begin with and take very detailed notes on what I see under the microscope. And that can include all of the structures of the hair. So there are structures internally and externally that I will take notes on.
Sort of walk the jury through those structures that you're looking for.
Okay, so the outside of the hair has a cuticle on it that has scales. And sometimes those scales can be damaged or very visible, and so, or missing, so I will note that. There is also a structure down the center of the hair called a medulla, and that can be a continuous, empty, it's basically an empty tube through the middle of the hair. And so that can be continuous or it can be broken, and I will note that. And then there's a cortex area of the hair, which is the colored area of the hair. And that can contain many different structures, such as pigment granules, small air pockets called cortical fusi, things called ovoid bodies that are pigment heavy areas of the hair. So I will look at the hair under the microscope and identify all of those areas. I can also look along the length of the hair and see if the hair is color treated. That will be very obvious under the microscope. And I can tell the difference between a color treated hair or one that's just been bleached by the sun. And then I will also look at the root end to look at some of the identifying structures there, the unique areas of the root end.
And you said that you used a polarized light microscope. What is the difference between that and the standard microscope?
Yeah, the polarized part of the microscope is more for identifying fibers. I generally just use the light part of the microscope for looking at hairs.
And these characteristics that you just described for the jury, are those unique or individual, are unique to each individual, or are you just looking to compare characteristics in general?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it unique, but I would say that there are definitely identifying features that can be seen throughout most of the hairs on someone's head, so that I can say that an unknown hair that had come from someone's head and the known hair exhibited similar microscopic characteristics.
Sure, and the other paper bag that you collected, what were the items, were those the unknown items that you were asked to compare to the known sample?
Yes.
Okay, and tell the jury, I mean, it's reflected there on the screen, but tell the jury what those unknown items are that you received for comparison.
They were swabs that were labeled roadway, one black elastic hair tie, apparent hair from a tire, and then the 4 other samples were swabs that were taken from different areas, from a tire, a straw, a cup, and a plastic lid.
And those were contained in that bag, is that correct?
Yes.
were you asked to test all of those things or just specifically some of those items?
Just specifically some of the items.
And which ones?
The elastic hair tie and the hair from the tire.
Okay. And do you, for instance, black elastic hair tie, do you give it a name, or is that on the evidence submission sheet that you've received from the police department?
That is the name that I gave it.
Okay. And I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Or actually, may I publish? So I'm gonna show you what's been marked as states 175. And there was testimony that this was identified as the hair tie. You know, you probably can't see it underneath the light, but I'm gonna hand you what's been 175, been marked as 175, the jury's seen it. And so is that what you mean by hair tie?
Yes.
Okay. And then also in states 165 is a tire with apparent hair. Were you given any photographs or any information about where those items were found aside from what was on the submission form?
No.
Okay. But that is what you call the hair tie?
Correct.
Okay. And so there were two separate items, or there were a couple of different items that you tested, the hair tie, the hair from the roadway, and then the hair from the tire.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you go about comparing those to the known standard?
The microscope that I use is actually made of two separate microscopes that have a bridge in between them. So once the hairs from the submitted evidence were placed on microscope slides, I was able to put the known standard on one side and the question hairs on the other microscope, on the other side of the double microscope. And I'm able to see both of those stages in the same frame. So I make sure that my light's balanced properly, that I'm looking at the same background on both sides of the microscope, and then I will make my comparison at that time.
Okay. And in this particular case, did you do that?
Yes.
And what were your results and conclusions?
My conclusion was that the brown hairs that were found in items 6-2 and 6-3, which were the elastic hair tie and the apparent hair from the tire, were similar in microscopic appearance and characteristics to the head hair standards from Elizabeth Contreras.
Okay. You use the word similar. Is there a reason why you don't say they are the same?
Yes, because all hairs have variations. So I'm not going to find two hairs that are exactly the same. And I cannot say that a hair came from a particular person. All I can do is say that they have similar characteristics. So even though I know based on the information that was given that the head hair standards came from Elizabeth Contreras, I cannot say that the hair from the hair tie and the tire absolutely 100% came from her.
And so I think you answered on the second page. You give more information about how further testing might be helpful in determining that they did in fact come from a particular individual, and how would that be?
Correct. So we cannot assign an individual or assign a hair to an individual based on microscopic comparisons, but sometimes the hairs can be tested for DNA to make a more conclusive identification.
And if you find them if you find that they are not similar, do you use that terminology if they are not similar? Or?
I would say that they were different in microscopic appearance and characteristics.
Okay, and again, these were similar?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything else that you, did you test the hair from the roadway?
No, I did not.
Or compare, I'm sorry. And then was there anything else that you tested or compared as part of your role in this particular case?
No.
Those other items that were collected, what did you do with those?
I left those packaged. I did not even open them to inventory them, and then they were returned to evidence receiving to be tested in other areas of the laboratory.
Once you test the items, or once you compare the items that you needed to compare, what did you do with those items?
The microscope slides will be repackaged with the evidence and returned with the evidence to the evidence receiving section and then eventually back to the agency.
You mentioned on the second page that the other items were not examined by you. Do you know who examined those items?
I do not.
Okay, so beyond what you testified to, did you have any other role in this particular case?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Vashon, how did you guys get the evidence to make the comparison? I know that the known standard came from within your building. Is that, you share a building with the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So the other samples, like, for example, the evidence that you compared to, how did y'all get that?
So even the head hair standards, if they were collected at autopsy at the medical examiner's office, they go back to the police department before they're submitted to us.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt you.
I was just going to say, they have a designated person at the police department that will bring over the evidence to the laboratory and submit it.
And is there a form that comes with that evidence?
Yes.
And do you have those forms with you today? Your evidence submission forms?
I do not.
And do those play a role? Is there some type of, I'm assuming that accuracy is paramount to what you guys do, right?
Yes.
Okay. So may I approach them?
Yes.
Eight. Thank you. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what I've marked as defense exhibit number 8. Ask you to look at that if you will. And see if you recognize that.
So this is a submission form that has the SAPD case number associated with this case, but it does not have a criminal investigation laboratory number written on it.
Okay. So let me get a different one. Hold on. I think I have one that has the CIL number on it. Okay. I'll switch. I have more than one. I guess one before y'all accepted it and one after y'all accepted it. So 8. I'm going to show you what's 8. You recognize that now. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So that has an SAPD number and a CIL number on that document. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in your review of those two numbers, do those seem to be related to the case you've talked about with this jury today?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the significance of what's marked as Defense 8? What is that document? Without telling us exactly what it says, just what is it in general?
This is a submission form that is used to submit evidence to the laboratory.
And we talk about accuracy and why it's important that your lab, maintains accuracy. What's listed on that document? Just in general, what should be listed on a document like that?
A description of the items of evidence and then the request that's being made by the detective in the case.
And so as you receive a document like that, what's the first thing you do when you get a document like that? Do you do anything, you don't just take it and say, okay, what do you do with it?
I will compare what is listed on this document with the actual items that were submitted to the lab that I have in my custody.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And is it, I know you don't have yours with you, but is there any reason to believe that this is not a true and accurate copy of what you received for this case?
No.
Okay, I'm going to offer into evidence what's been marked as defense 8.
I would just object to hearsay, Judge.
Respond?
I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, sir.
What are you offering it for? The truth of the matters.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay. So, and the reason I ask you about this is you said, and you list on your report, which is in evidence, the first thing you do is you compare what you received based on what's marked as defense 8 to what you're going to test.
Correct.
Now, there is no hair sample from a tire listed on defense 8.
Okay.
So where did you get a hair sample from a tire to test if it wasn't submitted to you?
So
I understand it's in your report, but if you tell us the first thing you do is take what I got and compare it to what I have to make sure I can be accurate, you can review it. Please do. But I don't see hair sample from a tire listed in the thing submitted to you. And if I'm wrong, do you?
I do not create my report from the submission form. I create my report based on the items of evidence that I examined.
Well, I understand that. But I asked you, what's the first thing you do when you get your evidence? And you said, the first thing I do is I look at this and I compare it to what I have to make sure it's the same.
Correct, but I don't reject evidence if it is not exactly the same. So as long as there is the correct number of items inside the package, I will read how it is labeled on the outside of the package, and that's how I will write it in my notes, and then how I will report it.
So they can bring like a +1. Because,
Yes, that has happened.
well, whose attention do you bring it to that there's evidence submitted that's not documented?
If I have a question about the evidence and I'm not sure what to do with it, I will call the detective. But if I can examine it without needing to reach out, then I will go ahead and do that and report it in my report.
I understand that, but so do your notes reflect that you called somebody and said, listen, it's not documented on here. How do you even know it came? It's in a bag, it's labeled, but it's not submitted.
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am. Did you call somebody and tell them? Just to let you guys know, it's not on the submission form.
So what is compared whenever it comes into the laboratory is the outside package. The people in evidence receiving do not open the item of evidence to make sure that everything inside matches the submission form.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever it gets to the section and I examine the item of evidence, I take detailed notes about every item that I'm examining. In this case, the item that I identified as apparent hair from tire was labeled on the outside of the manila envelope as hair sample, apparent hair fiber swab collected from tire.
So in other words, this sheet doesn't matter. It is of no, whoever this is of, when you said earlier, the first thing you do is check this for accuracy, that actually, this doesn't matter. Because if there's a mistake on this, it's okay.
As far as the outside containers, that is the most important. If there is something that's going to keep me from examining an item of evidence or being able to report it or identify where it came from or who it came from, then I will make a call to the police department. There are situations where we get extra items of evidence or not as many as are listed on the submission form. And at that point, that will be reported in our report. That's actually a change I've made as a quality assurance manager because we were not doing that before. And if necessary, the detective will be called.
But isn't that what happened here? You got one more item that was listed here? I just don't understand. You got one more item that was listed. I understand you're saying it was listed somewhere else, but on the evidence submission form, you have one more item in your possession than is listed. So as a quality control officer, are you saying that's not a big deal?
Can I
yes, ma'am.
please look at the submission
Of
form?
course.
So the brown paper bag has 7 separate items of evidence listed on the submission form
Yes, ma'am.
inside that bag.
Yes, ma'am.
I reported out 7 different items of evidence that were in that bag. I think the difference is the way they listed it on the submission form is just different than the way it was labeled inside the package. So whenever I reported it, I reported the way it was labeled on the package and not on the submission form.
Well, on your test, you only have one hair sample, hair from the hair tie.
Your Honor, all of this is asked and answered. Like, we're just going in circles here. I believe she's responded to all of these questions.
Overruled.
So in my notes, it is listed as, the manila envelope is labeled as apparent hair fiber swab collected from tire. So I think that the way it was listed on the submission form is a swab of apparent blood collected from the tire. It just doesn't have the hair fiber listed on the submission form.
So it's blood in one place and it's hair in another place.
Correct.
And that's okay.
It's okay because I write my notes from the evidence as it's examined, and then I report what I have found during my analysis. I do not report based on what's on submission form. So
Correct.
yes, sometimes it is different.
So your reports say, hey, this wasn't blood, it was actually hair.
It's possible that there was blood on the swab, but there was also hair that could be examined. I don't know. I don't test for blood.
Do you verify the barcodes by chance also? And you may not, I don't know. I'm just asking.
I do not. I do have an item number that was listed on the tape silvernail envelope inside. It's E06A, but I did not see those letters and numbers combination on the submission form.
Okay. So blood versus hair, not a major discrepancy.
Correct.
Okay. So when you say they're not excluded, you're familiar with fingerprint comparisons, or are you familiar with fingerprint comparisons?
I know the very basics.
Do you know enough to know that when you do fingerprint comparisons, you look for points, they judge it by how many points match?
Your Honor, she's already testified that she knows the very basics. I don't know that she's, I think her response is enough to indicate that she's not qualified to testify as the specific characteristics of a fingerprint.
Overrule.
It's a basic, I'm just asking what I believe to be a basic question.
I do not know how fingerprint exams are conducted or how conclusions are made.
Would you be surprised to learn that in a basic
Your Honor, I'm going to object to him now testifying to her about how it's done. He's already asked the question and she doesn't know.
I'll sustain.
How many points of comparison did you make when you compare the known hair to the unknown hair?
I examined the full length of each hair and made notes on each hair as I was examining it.
So my question is, since I can't ask you about fingerprints, I mean, are there a certain number of comparative points? Like the FBI has a scale on fingerprints. You have to have so many matching points. Does hair have the same scale?
No.
No. So you just look at it and do they kind of look alike? Do they really look? I mean, for those of us who haven't done it, I mean, you say in your report, they're similar in appearance, but I mean, they're the same color, correct?
They had the same color combinations. As I said, they were color treated.
Okay.
So I was able to see the same color variations along the length of the hair.
What about follicles? Are there follicles? I mean, the follicle, as I understand, is when you pull a hair out of the head or wherever the sander comes from, potentially there could be a little bit of the skin or the part where the hair resided, if you will. Were there follicles in either one of your hair samples?
So the follicle is actually the part of the skin where the hair is attached. What we're talking about here is root ends that can have DNA on them. I noted in my notes that the hairs appeared to be broken at the root end, so there were not any roots for nuclear DNA testing.
Now, I understand why that might be that way for the one found off-site. But is it unusual for the known standard, which is taken in this case by the medical examiner, not to have a follicle attached in your experience?
That would be unusual. Let me make sure that that is the situation.
Thank you.
Yes, her head hair standards did not contain any roots. It's possible that they were cut, even though I didn't note that, and I can tell if a hair's been cut. Or it's possible that they were just so damaged that they broke when they tried to pull them.
And the significance of the follicle, if available, is that potentially a source for DNA, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when I see the word might not be excluded, I think of DNA comparisons. Are you able to put a numerical value on an exclusion or an inclusion in a hair comparison like this?
No.
Okay. Now, other than comparing the hair standard from the known and the unknown sample and making the comparison you told us about, did you do any other work on this case?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Just a brief follow-up. Were you given any information about the state of the body that the hair was removed from?
No.
If the body was severely decomposed, would that perhaps be the reason why, when it was pulled, it was so damaged and didn't leave a follicle for a hair root?
Yes, it is possible. The bacteria that comes from decomposition can make its way up the hair and possibly damage it to the point where it breaks whenever they try to pull it.
If there would have been something there, and I forget the term that you used with Charles to compare for DNA, would you have noted that in your report?
Yes.
Okay, what was it called? I'm sorry.
The root ends.
Okay.
There are certain types of root ends that will have DNA on them, and I know the head hair standards did not contain that type of root ends. And the samples from the hair tie and the tire were all hair fragments, which means they did not have root ends either.
How is it that hair fragments end up, for instance, on the tire or on the hair tie?
I don't know.
Okay, could it be from somebody's hair being pulled?
The pulling of the hair would remove the root, so I would say probably not. This is a situation where the hair was broken off in some way, which can happen through damage and even brushing your hair. As women know, whenever we treat our hair, with hair treatments, that we can damage it and it can break. But for some reason, the root end did not come out of the head whenever the hair was removed from it.
I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, the rules and vote. Thank you. Is everybody okay on the jury? State, you can call your next witness.
The state calls Garen Foster.
You can have a seat. All right, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that you'll testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. You may need to adjust the microphone. Make sure everybody can hear you. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Garen Foster, Garon Foster, Foster.
State.
Thank you, Judge. So I know you just said your name. Can you tell us who you work for?
Yes, I work for the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory here in San Antonio.
And what do you do for them?
I work as a forensic scientist supervisor in our forensic serology DNA section.
Okay, and so what does a forensic scientist supervisor and a serology, what does that mean? What does that do?
Well, specifically within the serology or DNA section, we examine items of evidence that are biological in nature, and if so, then create a DNA profile to determine who may or may not have been a contributor of that item. So that's as a scientist, but also as a supervisor, I'm responsible for administrative duties, as well as individuals' training, and all the other things that would come along with overseeing a section.
So how long have you been with the crime lab to kind of reach this point of your career?
Approximately 30 years.
So I guess you told us what you do, what your role is now. What are some of the different kind of roles and capacities that you've had in those 30 years?
Yes, sir. In 1994, I began as a forensic scientist. I was examining the items of evidence that were biological in nature. In 1998, I continued to do that, but also became what was called the DNA technical leader. It was a position that was required by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. In 2008, I also became what we called the forensic scientist supervisor. So not only serving as an analyst as well as the DNA technical leader, but also overseeing the section as the administrative supervisor as well.
And so, and this is that, I guess that would have been the same role that you were acting in back in 2017 too?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So, you told us that you started in 1994. What, I guess, is some of your educational background and training that, you know, has led to you reaching this point in your career?
Yes, sir. I received a bachelor's degree in zoology from the University of Texas at Austin and a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Alabama at Birmingham. Within the roles that I have served, there was additional coursework necessary in genetics, and population statistics, biochemistry, molecular biology, as well as statistical analysis. I've taken those courseworks as well as on-the-job training and attended certification and workshops around the city, state, and in the country, including DNA analysis at the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
So, you just, I guess, earlier in your testimony, you talked about serology, and then right now you mentioned DNA analysis. Can you tell us about what serology is and what the distinction is between that and DNA analysis?
Yes, the word serology typically refers to blood. However, from a forensic context, we basically say a forensic serologist examines items of evidence and searching for biological material. The purpose for doing so is to determine if there are cellular material present that DNA analysis can be conducted. So forensic serology would basically be the screening of evidence, looking for blood, semen, saliva, and then the DNA analysis would be creating a DNA profile from the cells that we're seeing from that biological material, and that DNA profile comparing that to a DNA profile, for example, of a victim and or a suspect, and determining who could or could not have been the donor of that biological material.
And so, from a kind of macro zoomed out perspective, what are different types of things that would be biological material?
Well, if you think about a human body, we obviously have plenty of fluids and tissues. Blood, as I mentioned, from your mouth, you have saliva. From a sexual standpoint, we talk about seminal fluid or vaginal fluids. But anything that you would think of as wet mucous membranes. I mean, for example, if I was to sneeze, I would have, nasal mucus come out, and that would contain cellular material. So anything that would be considered wet and or tissue, even muscular tissue, bones, brain material, all of those are going to be very cellular rich, and it will contain the cells necessary for DNA analysis.
And so in a nutshell, serology is looking at something to see if there's something biological there, and then DNA analysis is trying to see if we can figure out from whence it came.
Yes, sir.
So, do you know, I guess, what case you're going to testify about today?
Yes, sir.
And so, were you asked to examine particular items of evidence and determine whether or not they contained that biological material?
Yes, sir. I was asked to do so.
And were you able to?
Yes, I did.
And so, when you do that round of testing or analysis, do you create a report?
Yes, a laboratory report is created.
And so, in your testimony today, would it help you to have that lab report to refresh your memory and refer to?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I first witness?
Yes.
Mr. Foster, I'm bringing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 218. Is that a accurate copy of your report?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and so can you tell us exactly which items of evidence you tested for biological material?
Yes, sir. So in this case, I was asked to screen for the possible presence of blood. And the items that I tested, would you like me to list all of them?
If you could, sir.
Yes, sir. Inside a paper bag, I had tested swabs that were labeled front driver's door interior panel, swabs that were labeled steering wheel, swabs labeled front driver's side visor. There was also a styrofoam cup, lid, and straw. Also in that bag were swabs labeled driver's side interior door panel, and there were also loose pieces of paper in there. There was also another paper bag, and inside there were swabs said to have come from driver's side rear cargo, swabs from center rear cargo, swabs from passenger's side rear cargo, swabs also from driver's side rear cargo. There was also a brown towel with inside that paper bag. I also received a black t-shirt, pair of gray shorts, additional swabs listed as roadway, and swabs listed as tire. Additional swabs submitted to the laboratory also listed straw, cup, and a plastic lid. And then there was known reference standards submitted from 2 individuals. And when I say a known reference standard, we typically call that a buccal standard. If you take a Q-tip swab and place it in somebody's mouth, you're removing known cells from an individual, and we call that a reference standard.
And so each item that you just listed off, that is an item that you conducted a round of testing on?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, looking at that list, well, actually, let me rewind a little bit. That report that you're looking at, does that report contain identifying information like a CIL case number?
Yes, sir, it does.
And when you generate that report, do you generate that report at or near the time that you're conducting this round of testing?
Yes, sir.
And do you keep those in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are you a custodian of records for the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to offer State's Exhibit number 218 into evidence pending an objection from defense. I'm walking it to him right now for any review.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Okay, so here on the projector, Mr. Foster, I'm showing you your report. I asked you a second ago about the CIL number. Can you point out where that is on your report?
Yes, sir. At the top, I don't think you'll see
I think you can mark on that screen. It might help let you circle it.
Sorry, I marked out the San Antonio Police Department number, but there is a CIL, or Criminal Investigation Laboratory number, which is a unique number for this investigation, and it's 17-05260.
Now, moving forward a little bit, thank you for that, by the way. Moving forward a little bit, I noticed that for, I guess, I'll call it paragraph number 1 and number 3, I see that E1 is repeated. So there's kind of duplicative E1, E2, and then again E1, E2. Can you explain why that is?
The letter designation, for example, E1, E2, was just taken from the item of evidence itself. So when the items of evidence are submitted to the laboratory, we don't assign those E numbers. So my assumption is that would have been assigned by whoever was collecting the evidence at the time. But we basically just document what's on the packaging materials.
Okay, and so, and you kind of said it, but can you just explain to us how it is that you enumerate and identify each piece of evidence? Like, what's the system?
Yes, every container, for example, a paper bag, will be given a number. For example, this paper bag was number 1, and then any individual items within inside that paper bag will start with a 1 and then be a 1-1. If there's another item in there, 1-2, and so on. Then the next container, for example, in this case, number 2 was a tape-sealed wrapped paper package that was marked trace lift. That was not examined. But if you look at item number 3, that would be a container, which was another tape-sealed paper bag. And then everything inside those containers become inventoried with that container number dash the individual number.
And so do you know how it is or what the process is for those bags to end up with you? How does a bag end up with you?
The process, I don't know exactly, other than individuals from the law enforcement agency will bring them to the crime laboratory and they will submit the items of evidence into our crime laboratory. But prior to it entering the laboratory, I have no personal knowledge.
Okay, and so when you receive those packages, are they sealed?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, and so, I mean, generally, would you be able to tell if they have been tampered with or anything like that?
I would notate if there was an opening in there or if the seals themselves were not intact. I would note that, yes, and no, I did not recognize anything unsealed upon submitting it.
Okay, thank you. So a second ago, you explained to us what serology is testing for. Can you explain to us now how you do that test?
Yeah, specifically I was asked to examine these items of evidence for the possible presence of blood. So the first thing I would do is document whatever the item of evidence is, a brief description. For example, if it's a pair of shorts, I'll talk about the color and possibly the size. But if they're swabs, and you can think of like a Q-tip swab, then the test for blood, as we say is a presumptive indicator, is a chemical color test. So for example, if there's a swab that has a reddish, brownish color, I will take that swab and remove some of the material onto, for example, a filter paper. So now I can take this filter paper and do the chemical testing directly on that. For blood, we basically use a colorless chemical. You can almost think of it as water, as well as a second chemical, hydrogen peroxide. And when these are added together in the presence of blood, it goes from a clear color to a pink color. The reason for that is blood contains what we call red blood cells, and red blood cells have, as we know, hemoglobin, and that hemoglobin has a characteristic that will turn this colorless liquid from a watercolor basically to a pink. But again, we state that as a presumptive indicator because there's a few other items other than blood that could give you a positive pink reaction.
And so the test that you just described to us is in your field, is that a reliable test to detect the possible presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've explained to us how you do this round of testing, and then once you determine there's a possible presence of blood, after that, is that when you would maybe check to see if a DNA profile could be found or matched it?
That is correct. I mean, personally, in this case, I did not do that. But yes, normally an item of evidence would be screened. Some items won't actually go through a chemical color test. If it's an item looking for potential cellular material, for example, if you were to swab a steering wheel or a piece of paper from the cigarette butt, where somebody has placed it in their mouth, there's no chemical test, but you would go straight from there to the DNA typing, or could we create a DNA profile from those items of evidence.
And so as to blood, is it as simple as if there's blood, then you'll definitely go get a match? Or is it less automatic than that?
Well, if there's human blood there, then if there's a sufficient quantity and quality, then I would expect a forensic DNA profile to be present. And again, if this is human specific and if there is a sufficient amount of DNA, then the profile is possible. But there are times where there isn't insufficient quantity and or quality of available material.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about sample degradation. And so, what are the procedures that the crime lab uses to try and prevent degradation of a sample?
Well, once a sample is entered into the laboratory or submitted, anything that happened prior to there, for example, the regular degradation process that could happen for something that's outside, I mean, if you think about, you take a piece of meat and you place it outside, after a while, you obviously are going to have mold and fungus or bacteria. So those types of things we can't control prior to entering the laboratory. But once they're in the laboratory, we make sure that they're thoroughly air dried. And as long as something's dried, there's no moisture involved with there, you won't have the growth of fungus, bacteria, and mold that would degrade the DNA. And then once that's done, we typically would take this item and separate it. If we have the ability to freeze that prior to DNA analysis, we would do so. But we've learned the freezing isn't completely necessary. So as long as it's air dried and DNA analysis is conducted within a reasonable amount of time, we don't really detect any additional degradation from when it originally was submitted to the laboratory.
And so, I guess if a sample had undergone some degradation, would that be a situation where a DNA profile, if one could be found, would be different than before?
It's not different, but what happens in a degraded sample is either one, it's so degraded that we're unable to obtain a genetic profile, or it's degraded so we only get a partial genetic profile. So instead of looking at all the genetic markers and the discrimination, we have the ability, maybe only some of them are available because some of the others have degraded beyond recognition.
And so, kind of just to make that, I guess let me ask it this way too. If degradation occurs, it's not going to make a profile look like someone else. It's just going to maybe change whether or not you can make a profile at all.
That's correct. Degradation isn't going to change a profile from, for example, person A to person B. It's just going to be that person A's profile may not be as discriminating if all of the genetic markers become unavailable.
And so now I want to go through, I guess, the items that you actually tested. And so what I'm going to ask you to do, I know I took your copy from you, showing you that second page of State's Exhibit 218, you have a paragraph here that you've labeled results and conclusions. Can you tell us what your results and conclusions were for that first package's pieces of evidence?
Yes, the first thing I did was those chemical color tests that were discussed, and you will find that in that first paragraph. And these were the items that tested positive, otherwise that pink color that I had mentioned, for the possible presence of blood. It was positive on several items. Do you want me to list the items?
If you could, sir.
Yes, sir. And I'll go ahead and list the items as well as the unique identifier that we had given them. Swabs from the front driver's door interior panel, item 1-1. Swabs from the steering wheel, item 1-2. Swabs from the front driver's side visor, item 1-3. The styrofoam cup, lid, and straw, item 1-4. Swabs said to have come from driver's side interior door panel was item 1-5. Pieces of paper, which was our item 1-6. In container 3 were swabs.
If I could stop you right there, can you tell us what your results were to that first grouping of items that you tested were?
Yes, sir. Those tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
Okay. And so that next group, and this time you don't have to label off each individual item, but what package was that next group in that paragraph from?
The next group was package number 3.
Okay, and so each item that you tested from there, that being the driver's side rear cargo, the swabs from the center rear cargo, the brown towel, what was the results to those items testing?
Those 3 items were also positive for the possible presence of blood.
Now, this next section, I'm going to show you, Your Honor, may I publish the exhibit?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 190. do you recognize the item that we see here in this exhibit?
From the photograph, I don't, but I would have notes inside my laboratory data that would state the basic description. Typically, we would be writing on the item itself or attaching maybe a laundry tag that has our criminal investigation laboratory number, the item number, our date and initials in which I handled it. But from the photograph, it's hard to tell.
Of course. Now, I'm also going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 195. I know in your report you've identified these items as black t-shirt and gray shorts. Now, earlier in this trial, we saw these items of clothing, and I noted, you're on your first witness?
Yes.
That there was cuttings taken out of these items that we're seeing, I guess, whole in these exhibits. Can you explain to us what that is?
Yes, on the items, if you see a cutting taken from them, for example, if they were positive for the possible presence of blood, then I would take a cutting from that actual soiled or stained area, and that item then would be retained at the laboratory for forensic DNA analysis. The reason for doing so is that then the bulk item itself can be placed back in for example, a paper bag, and eventually returned to the law enforcement agency.
And so the cutting is actually the piece of the item that you're going to conduct your testing on?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so can you tell us what the results were of those items that you tested?
Which items are you referring to the shorts or
yes, sir,
the shirt?
The shorts and the shirt.
Yes, sir. Yes, the black short sleeve t-shirt with the skull design on there had a reddish brown soiling that tested positive for the possible presence of blood. And then the gray plaid shorts also had soiling on there that were reddish brownish in color, and that also tested positive for the possible presence of blood. So cuttings would have been taken from each one of those items.
And you're on my first witness?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been identified as State's Exhibit number 206. I guess, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, sir, I do.
And so I know there's some what identifying, I guess, items on this exhibit do you use to kind of identify it for your purposes?
Yes, sir. As mentioned earlier, we have our unique criminal investigation laboratory number 17-05260. I also see my initials, GF. I see the item number that I gave it. For example, this was item 5. And then the date in which I opened this item, which states August 17th of 2017.
And so when you open the item and you conduct your testing, is there, I guess, more tagging that you do of the item on itself?
Yes, if the item lends itself to actually write directly on it or possibly use a laundry tag, sort of a clip tag, then yes, we would write directly or put the tag directly onto that item of evidence.
Okay, and so earlier in the trial, the jury got to see the shirts and the shorts individually. But after you conduct your testing, what is it that you do to kind of close out, I guess, this piece of evidence?
Yes, the cutting would be taken. It would be placed into a sterile container. The unique item information would be on that sterile container, and we would seal that. So, for example, a cutting from the pair of shorts is now in a sealed container. Then the large bulk item, for example, this container here in the shorts would be placed back in the bag, and then it would be sealed with crime laboratory sealed tape, and my date and initials would be on that seal. This then would be transferred to the evidence receiving section, waiting for it to be returned to the law enforcement agency.
Thank you. And so, returning back to your report, which I've actually taken off of the screen for you. We talked about the items that were in package number 1, package number 3, and then also the shirt and the shorts, which were items 4-1 and 5-1. Were there any other items that you conducted testing on?
Yes, sir. In a paper bag that was labeled 6, I was able to identify the possible presence of blood, which was positive, on swabs taken from the roadway, and then swabs listed as coming from a tire.
Okay. And so was there any other items that you were able to detect the possible presence of blood on that you haven't told us about?
No, sir. I believe we discussed all of them.
And so, let me ask you then, was there any items that you tested where you were unable to detect the possible presence of blood?
Yes, sir. There were 2 items that tested negative for the possible presence of blood.
And what were those items?
They were located in the container number 3, and they were swabs, taken from the passenger side rear cargo, and then swabs that were labeled driver's side cargo door. And those swabs tested negative for the possible presence of blood.
And so, were there any items that were submitted to you that you did not test?
Yes, there was.
And what were those?
That would be one item that was called a trace lift that typically would go to a trace evidence section. There were hair submitted that typically also would go to a trace evidence section for hair analysis. And then were 3 additional items that were not tested for the presence of blood, but they were retained for potential DNA analysis.
And that's that process that you kind of described to us where it would skip you because of what it is that you're testing for?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so, after you conduct a test on a piece of evidence and you detect the possible presence of blood, what happens to that piece of evidence next?
The items of evidence that I retained will be placed into a secured storage area inside the forensic serology section. The bulk items of evidence, otherwise the paper bag, will be transferred to the evidence receiving section. And then I would take my laboratory notes and I would write the laboratory report and submit that for review.
Okay, and so you described to us with that exhibit we just had a second ago, how you marked the packaging. And would you do that for all those other packages that you tested as well?
Yes, sir, I would.
And Justin, is there any other testing that you do other than the presence of blood that you did for this case?
In this case, no, there was nothing else that was done, that I had done.
Thank you, sir. Pass what is John.
Garen, you know, I've been doing this for 30 years.
It's good to see you, sir.
Likewise. I know you're about to retire. And I feel like I owe it to you to really have a go at you right now. But I have no questions. I feel like I'm letting you down. But I wish you the best of luck.
That means a lot, Mr. Bond. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Is that one of the exhibits in front of you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's your own document.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. It's nice to see you.
Army, your approach?
Yes. All right, members of the jury, we're going to break for the day. We do have a full docket tomorrow morning. I'm going to ask you to be back no later than 1:30. You may or may not go late tomorrow. It may depend on you. So kind of prepare for that, okay? Have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow, 1:30.
All right for the jury?